right, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order and get started. Thank you. I know we're a few minutes behind, but we will call our meeting to order. It is Tuesday, March 25th, 2025, 5:05 p.m. We'll officially call our meeting to order. If you do need an interpreter, we do have interpreters available today. Please let one of our staff persons know, and we will have someone help you out with interpretation tonight. Si usted necesita un intérprete en español o otro idioma, tenemos intérpretes disponibles. Por favor, levante su mano y déjenos saber o dígale a uno de nuestros empleados si les podemos ayudar con un intérprete en esta tarde. So if you do need an interpreter, let us know. We're happy to provide one for you tonight. Again, good afternoon. Welcome. Thank you, board colleagues, for joining us. Dr. Stubblefield, welcome to all of our staff. To all of our guests, we do have a full room today, exciting, and we have lots to celebrate today. So thank you to all of our guests, students, scholars, staff that are with us, both in person and online. Welcome. Glad to have you here, especially after a spring break. Hopefully you all are rested, rejuvenated, and ready to go. As we do at every board meeting, we'll read our board norms and protocols. We agree to respect differences of opinions in making decisions for the district, to follow best practices in managing the superintendent and the management of the board itself, to stay on task when conducting business for the district, including while at board meetings, to never surprise the superintendent or each other when conducting official business of the district. Read these norms at the beginning of each board meeting and at board workshops as a reminder of how to conduct our meetings, and to continually self-check to determine if we are following our norms when conducting district business. And welcome, everybody. With that, Ms. Smith, would you please do a roll call?
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, present.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, present.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, present.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Robert Mylan Jr. present.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, present.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, present.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
A motion to approve tonight's regular agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions? Hearing none. Ms. Smith.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to jump right into our agenda. We've got lots to cover, and we're going to start off with plenty of celebrations today. So I would invite Dr. Jones as we kick off our celebrations. Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Board President
Good evening.
Lopez, Vice President Russell, Superintendent Stubblefield, and all the Board of Education members. I am happy to present to you several recognitions, beginning with our Employees of the Month. I'm not sure if we had a PowerPoint presentation or anything up, so I will go on and just read. We recognize following individuals. Mr. Aaron Lamar, physical education teacher at Silver City Elementary School, was nominated by Yvette Norris. Coach Lamar has been our PE teacher for a couple of years. He's not only teaching students about health, wellness, and physical activities, but also our staff outside of school hours. Many staff members seek him for advice and suggestions on healthy habits and workout tips. He is currently starting an after-school conditioning class for our 5th grade students to encourage them to be physically active and to support them with the physical activities they are participating in. He also provides many fun physical challenges for all students to engage in. In addition to these, he also has a podcast where he promotes wellness, physical education, and sports. He shares these podcasts with the staff and students. This is from Ms. Yvette Norris. I present to you our Certified Teacher of the Month, Mr. Aaron Lamar.
Yeah.
Right.
Our Classified Staff Member of the Month is none other than Ms. Tiffany Huggins, Health Services Staffing Coordinator at Central Office. She was nominated by several individuals. I believe Tia Grigler, Katrina Pena, Tiana Cahill, and Jolene Alonzo. In a nutshell, it was stated, Tiffany is an exceptional asset to the Health and SPED Department, consistently going above and beyond. Her dedication, professionalism, and unwavering commitment to ensuring smooth operation and adequate staffing do not go unnoticed. She approaches every challenge with a solution-oriented mindset. Tia Grigler said, Tiffany plays a critical role in ensuring that our schools are staffed with highly qualified and compassionate nurses, helping to create a safe and healthy environment for students and staff alike. She embodies the philosophy of being better every day in every way. Beyond her exceptional staffing skills, Tiffany brings a positive and collaborative spirit to the team. Katrina Pena stated, Tiffany is a rock star. She was my immediate supervisor, and I can honestly say she is one of the best I have ever had. She is honest, forthright, and willing to always help. She knows her job, and performance is unmatched. KCKPS is blessed to have her. Tiana Cahill wrote that. Tiffany is a supportive and compassionate team member who always puts others first, going above and beyond to ensure that her colleagues and community are supported. She leads by example, tackling challenges with professionalism and unwavering determination to find solutions. Her positive impact to both our team and the KCKPS community is immeasurable. That was from Jolene Alonzo. I present to you Ms. Tiffany Huggins.
Yeah.
We've partnered with the Legends Toyota manager, Jordan Bickelmeyer, to recognize outstanding educators through the Toyota Teacher of the Quarter program. This quarter, we are thrilled to honor Ms. Jamie Van Brocklin, a dedicated kindergarten teacher at Silver City Elementary. Ms. Van Brocklin brings innovation and creativity into her classroom using play-based learning, hands-on activities, and interactive lessons to engage all learners. She is deeply committed to helping each child reach their full potential, leaving a lasting impact on both students and families. Her dedication goes beyond the classroom. She continues to check in on former students, showing just how much she cares. One parent shared, "My child may not be in her class anymore, but she still reaches out to see how they're doing. When my child was in her room, she came home every day, excited to tell me how Mrs. Van Brocklin helped her that day." Congratulations, Ms. Van Brocklin. Your passion and dedication inspire us all. Enjoy your well-earned weekend with a Toyota dinner and a Plaza getaway. A huge thank you to Toyota for making this special recognition special. Congratulations to you. You make the announcement, okay?
I don't know. You didn't prepare me for that.
Yes. Okay. I now turn it over to Dr. Lucero, who will announce our Students of the Month.
We got one more.
Good evening, Board President, board members, and Dr. Stubblefield. I'm
Evening.
excited to celebrate our students. I'm Dr. Sarah Lucero, and let me see if I can, this. I'm excited to present our early childhood student, Jung Beek.
He's clean.
He has been nominated for his positive behavior. He is an early childhood student at Bethel, and his teacher, Miss Cervantes, shares that he is an outstanding role model in the classroom. He consistently demonstrates an eagerness to learn, a readiness in each lesson. He's willing to assist his peers, and he has genuine care for all the others. His positive nature and helpful attitude is just what sets him apart from others. Let's give it for June Beek. I'm very excited for our next celebration of 4 students for Frank Rushton. So first I will announce the students, and then I'll share their story. So if we could have Baraka Rumakisa. Oh, they're all coming. I'll say their names as they come. So we know which ones. There you go. Baraka Rumakisa. Ariande Garcia Montoya. We have Vitali Kunakovic. And Caleb Ariana Solis. Now, these four students are being recognized together as they travel to the state capitol to testify in support of House Bill 2330, which aimed to make our special day the Walk to Ruby Bridges School Day. I'm very excited about this because Ariane put it best. We love Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day because it's a chance to be inspired by the bravery of a little girl who didn't let yelling and hate stop her from getting an education. Her determination helped to change the world, and that's a story all kids should know. Well, we're here to celebrate a story that all of KCK should know. Our four students who are very brave, who stood in front of in the state capitol, the educational committee, and advocated for our school to have Walk to School Ruby Bridges Day. Even though it wasn't passed, they have left a legacy, and we want to encourage them to keep on walking and keep on advocating. We're so proud of you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Right.
I stand here to also recognize a fine educator who organized these young scholars to do what it was that they did and to have that bravery. And so we want to acknowledge and recognize Mr. Peter Wetzel, elementary school teacher at Frank Rushton Elementary School, as being recommended for the Advocacy Award. Right now, he's receiving a certificate. The award did not quite make it to the property, but we are getting that redone so that you have a nice plaque that will recognize and acknowledge this. In recognition of your dedication, to empowering students and fostering civic engagement, your leadership in guiding students to present to state representatives for Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day embodies courage, advocacy, and the pursuit of justice. Thank you so much, Mr. Peter Wetzel, for your leadership.
All right. Next, I would like to introduce our middle school student of the month, Zanae Zachary.
All right,
So she was nominated by Miss Harvey from the JAG-K Outstanding Academics that she has demonstrated. We are all very proud of her because she started with a 1.5 GPA and got it to a 3.55 and 1/4.
All right, yeah.
That shows her commitment. And she said she just got in the zone, and her advice for other kids who want to do that is don't worry about everyone else. If they can't fit in with you, just stay in your zone. And this is amazing advice. And
Yelling.
Stay in the zone. Stay in the zone.
And she continues to impress all the staff that works with her with her impressive trajectory. And she set this goal so that she could start high school off right. So we're really excited to watch what you'll do in high school. Let's give it for Zanae Zachary. You're good. You can go that way. Yeah. Thank you. All right, for high school, we have Chris Reno. All right, Chris Reno is a Washington High School student, class of 2026, and he was nominated and recognized for his athletic achievements. And he's an exceptional athlete and a dedicated leader. He's so dedicated that he stopped by here before heading to the baseball game at Leavenworth right now.
All right.
So he's also, his bowling score has been impressive. He got a 299 score. He is just, and he also plays football on top of that. So he
right.
stays busy. And when asked, what is your motto to stay that busy? He said, live every day as if it's your first day. So I like that. Yeah, and that concludes our Student of the Month.
Thank you. And now we have coming to the podium Dr. Lori.
Is that it? Oh, nope, nope, that's not it. Which one?
Is that a third? No, that's not it.
Which one? It's not, okay, all right. Good evening, Board President Lopez, Vice President Russell, our board members, Dr. Stubblefield. I am excited and privileged to share some wonderful news with each of you in our community. 6 of our gifted students at Arrowhead, under the guidance of their gifted facilitator, Julie Pruitt, competed in a regional championship at Avila University where they faced off against 40 other talented students from Kansas, Missouri, and Iowa. With this great accomplishment, all 6 students qualified for the national championship in Orlando, Florida.
All right, yeah.
This 3-day event will take place in May for the Great History Challenge. And so I would like to take an opportunity to introduce you to those students. Our 6th grade national qualifiers is Josiah J. Woo! Kobe Tesson, Shane Huddleston, Christian Villarreal, and our 7th grade national qualifiers are Matthew Leon and Kai Richardson.
Yeah.
Please give it up and congratulate our scholars and wish them well as they compete for the national championship in Orlando, Florida in May. Congratulations, and we wish you well. Thank you.
All right. Congratulations. Thank you, everybody. Just a reminder, we're going to take a brief recess so that we can take photos with all of the scholars, employees of the month, and then their families and staff. So just be patient as we get through that, but we want to celebrate our students. So we're going to take a brief recess. going to go ahead and reconvene. Thank you for giving us a quick break so that we could celebrate our scholars and our employees. Again, congratulations to all of our scholars, to our employees of the month, and to all the staff that support all of our scholars every single day. Congratulations to their families again. Always great to be able to celebrate them at a board meeting. We're going to continue with our agenda as we've got much more to cover today. Next on our agenda is item 3, our community comment section. As a reminder, everyone is welcome to give comment. Just please sign up with our board clerk the Monday at noon before the board meeting to sign up to speak. You'll have 3 minutes. Please make sure you've checked in and that we have your information so that we can follow up. State your name once you get to the podium, and then your time will start. I'll let you know when you have about 30 seconds left, just to give you a quick time check, and then we'll call time at 3 minutes. First on our agenda, we have Mr. Scott Harding. Mr. Scott Harding? Okay. Next up, I would call up Ms. Chevette Dinkins with the Wyandotte High School PTSA. Good evening, Ms. Dinkins. Welcome.
Evening, Superintendent and board members. My name is Chevette Dinkins, and I serve as the president of the Wyandotte High School PTSA. Tonight, I'm here to address the lack of school culture and student engagement at Wyandotte. I stand before you representing students, our membership of educators, staff, parents, alumni, and our community, all of whom are deeply invested in creating a positive, thriving environment for our students. Earlier this year, we formally requested a pep rally to be held at Wyandotte in January. Yes, we are aware of the event that took place yesterday. It was an attempt to address our concerns nearly 3 months later. However, the most critical stakeholders were missing, and that was the students. Wyandotte has a pep club. Wyandotte has a student council. Wyandotte has a senior board. Students have consistently voiced this concern, first in the Superintendent's Advisory Council, then again in a presentation before this very board last year, yet no resolution had been reached. This raises a serious question. Why must students repeatedly appeal to the superintendent and the board for the same activities that other high schools in the district already enjoy? Even more concerning is the disconnect between administration and students. This was not an overnight issue. But please pause. Wyandotte has not hosted a pep rally in nearly a decade. Students and staff requested one before, but were denied. It was only after our pillar of support, which was activated, that administration moved forward. To put it bluntly, the actions of a small percentage of students are dictating the experience of the total student body at Wyandotte. As Dr. Adams, Leavenworth Superintendent, coined, EGS, extra grade students are driving decisions at Wyandotte, leaving the other 90% to suffer the consequences. High school isn't just about attesting and academic achievements, it's about experiencing memories and experiencing moments that shape a lifetime. This is not right, and this isn't better every day. Someone must make this better. The students deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dinkins. Next, I would call up Caleb Harris, Wyandotte High School PTSA. Caleb present? Okay. Thank you. And then board, you did receive via email another letter regarding community comment. It was sent by Ms. Smith to the full board, so if you haven't seen it yet, please check your email for that as well. Thank you. Someone from our administrative team will reach out to everyone who has signed up for comment today to follow up and to discuss any next steps on that. And then the board will get an update from that conversation. Thank you. Next, we're on agenda item 4, our consent agenda. Board, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda tonight?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr.,
Robert Miley Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion is approved. One moment, I got kicked out of. Okay, apologies. Next board, our board agenda item 5A. It is recommended that we approve, there's the to approve the amendment to the 2023-2025 negotiated agreement. Is there a motion to do so?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Are there any questions or discussion?
Will we
Ms.
get,
Brownlee Page, I'm sorry. Sorry?
can we get a copy of that?
Yeah.
We will circulate a copy to everyone. Yes. Any additional questions, comments? Right, hearing none. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Win, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone who worked on getting that to today's agenda. Appreciate you all. Next on our agenda, item 5B, it's recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the purchase of Carnegie Learning Curriculum for Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2 in the amount of $1,183,314.80, funded by the curriculum and instruction budget as submitted by Mr. Cole Amaya, Dr. Danides Fernandez Flores, Dr. Judith Campbell, Deputy Superintendent, as recommended by Dr. Anna Stubblefield.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Yes, Ms. Brownlee Page.
I saw where it said that they had parent review opportunities on February 11th and February 27th. And I'm going to ask the same thing over and over, because I still think we need to do something for our parents and grandparents who are helping raise their grandkids, because they may not have the wherewithal. And what other opportunities do we offer for parents so that they can help their kids?
So we've been thinking about that question, and I appreciate that question. And so a couple things that we're going to do moving forward is we're going to take all of these types of curriculums. They all have parent resources and websites. We're going to put those all into a hub in one place for parents. And then we're also going to push in and partner with family engagement to work with FACES personnel to, if a parent comes into a building and needs help accessing those or being pointed in the direction of where those resources might be, or even how to get into them, they will have that knowledge and understanding and be able to help them do that.
Okay, and I'm going to ask this because I've been helping, I'm old too, so I'm trying to
Yeah.
help some seniors do it. But if I don't know how to go to this website,
Yeah.
what do you offer for them? And if we have a welcome center, in what capacity could we use that
Yeah.
to help? If they could come up, they need some help because they're struggling trying to figure it out.
So if they come up to the Welcome Center, we talked with Dr. Estrella about that as well. We're going to place our materials in the Welcome Center in a corner where they can be at all times, and then we're always available at that point. If a parent comes into the Welcome Center, we'll be more than happy to sit with the parent one-on-one and work through any of those particular situations, whether it's accessing, whether it's tutoring needs, whether it's content questions, whatever that might be.
And I appreciate that, but I think sometimes we forget about those who struggle.
Yeah.
And they don't have the technology skills. And if you're a parent trying to deal with your grandkids, they need some help, and they're asking for help.
Yeah.
And sometimes parent review opportunities, it may not be the best time for the majority. So is there some way to work that out? It might not be 200 and 300 people showing up, but if 20 or 10, that's a start.
Yeah. We're trying to push a lot of this learning and understanding into the buildings, so parents, because that's their first point of contact is with the building. So as I said, with the PACEs and the coaches and teaching the administrators, we're teaching them all of the same stuff. So if a parent, they don't have to come to a separate place. They can come straight to a building and they have all that, a one-stop shop for tutoring, for learning how to access, for any of those needs that you're articulating.
And I respect that, but my only comment to that, times have gotten so bad that I'm working 2 and 3 jobs. So what do you offer to me? I can't make it your designated nights. So is there some way to not forget them? And if I don't show up, it doesn't mean I don't care. I'm trying to survive. I'm trying to feed my kids and do all that. So can we offer them something?
Sure.
So
And Ms. Page, I will share, I know in all of our buildings, like as we talk with our administrators, they do work, they know those unique situations, and typically the classroom teacher and/or the administrator are working with those individuals directly. So if they can't be there, they do have other times where they reach out to them. And if you know of anybody that's happened to specifically, if you let us know, we can make sure that the administrator and/or the classroom teacher follows up with them.
Okay, I appreciate that, but just don't forget, we got some people out there that need a little bit more help than the traditional thing. Because if you're a younger parent, one would assume they can do all that. And I've been working with a lot of seniors. They're just struggling trying to pay the light and the gas bill. When you call, you got to go through so many changes to get there. So, and if we're doing it, good. But let's not forget that they can't always utilize that stuff.
No, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brownlee Page. Additional questions or comments? Thank you, Mr. Amaya. If no other questions, there's a motion and a second. Ms. Smith.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board. Next, it is recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education accept the low bid from Sorella Group for toilet partition replacement at various locations in the amount of $160,948 in accordance with the requirements of Board Policy DJED, submitted by Mr. Wayne Carell, Mr. Steve Lilly, and recommended by Dr. Anna Stubblefield.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Smith.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Mylan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Board Docs has given me.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. Next item, 5D. It is recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education accept the low bids from Byrne and Jones Construction in the amount of $24,954.60, All Pro Asphalt in the amount of $219,474, and McConnell and Associates in the amount of $22,675. The total for all projects, $267,103.60. Asphaltic and concrete repair projects the summer of 2025 at various locations in accordance with the requirements of Board Policy DJED as submitted by Mr. Doug Clements, Mr. Steve Lilly, and recommended by Dr. Anna Stubblefield.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or discussion?
Yes, I have a question, and I did not ask it before. But does this include a complete repair? And does it also include the lining?
Yeah, it includes the striping.
Thank you.
It's patching and resurfacing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So none of them are complete parking lot
No,
renewals?
they aren't going to scrape off everything and redo
Okay.
it. They'll patch it and just do the seal.
Okay, so then does that, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions? Hearing none.
I guess
Oh,
I have
I'm sorry,
one
Ms. Russell.
question. Is there a cycle for complete replacements? Because I know that I've mentioned it before, but even the parking lot out front, like, the patchwork gets to a crappy part when it, like,
Right.
I'm trying to find the right words to not say that it's the company's fault, it's more or less our investment in replacing the parking lots. And the patching just kind of puts a Band-Aid on a bigger problem. And so I guess, like, is there a cycle in which we do full parking lot repairs? And I won't point out which one of these on this list are pretty bad, but there's a couple on here that, like, we're putting a Band-Aid on something. And I don't know what that looks like.
I assume there is, I'd have to defer to Mr. Clements on that. But
Okay.
There's an expense involved with
Oh, yeah.
a total tear down and rebuild, so. I
And
think
this
we're
is
taking the most
cheaper than.
economical way,
Yeah.
yes.
Yes, but economical also means 5 years from now, we're also paying for it again. And so.
I'll get you the answer. I'll have
Okay,
to talk to
that's
Doug.
fine. And I think for Stony Point North and South, this is like multiple times in 5 years that we've done this. So I'm just wondering when we get to that
I'll
point.
get you a better answer from Mr.
Thank you.
Clemens.
I appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you. Additional questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Correll. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, 5E, it is recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education accept the low bid from Impact Painting in the amount of $57,880 and Certapro Painting in the amount of $85,249.91, totaling $143,129.91 for summer 2025 painting projects in accordance with requirements of Board Policy DJED as submitted by Mr. Correll, Mr. Lillian, is recommended by Dr. Stubblefield.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion on this item? Hearing none. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Mylan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next item, 5F, Board, these are items, hopefully you had a chance to review them. These items are up for the board to review and accept the board staff and travel forms that were uploaded by Ms. Smith and recommended by Dr. Anna Stubblefield. The Finance Committee, and Dr. Nguyen, if you have anything you'd like to share on these, had an opportunity to review these forms. These forms really are to help our clerk and our board with the process around board and staff travel so that we make sure that there's a checklist and just make sure that we have everything in place and all the forms consistent that we submit to the clerk when we are requesting travel for the board. So the Finance Committee took some time and staff worked with us to review these forms, to make some changes so that there's some consistency, and we are bringing them forward to the full board for you to accept. Dr. Nguyen, if you have anything to add?
I would just follow up with, and correct me if I'm wrong, the Finance Committee submits them for approval as practice/policy. Because we never did approve the final draft.
Are you referring to the,
Forms, travel forms.
for the board?
Yes, for the board, but you said the one that's in frontline education is what the staff has been doing anyway.
Yeah, we just updated that. That part of Frontline has been there probably since it's been a.
Forever.
Yes, yeah.
So, because then we would suggest they become part of the credit card manual.
Right.
To
In the
add-
To add to the
Appendix.
appendix of the credit card manual? Yes, because they are referenced in that manual that the board has
And we
seen as
have
well.
covered the manual up, down, and all around.
We have, yes. Ms. Russell?
So I guess I'm not in disagreement with moving forward, and I don't have it in front of me, but there are suggested changes that I requested that we make to both of these forms in a different version, because some of the information currently on page 1 of the board member travel form is not necessary, but then also the board discussed, and in our board handbook, we talked about a reflection form. That document is not here either. However, that document has been created. And so I just, for consistency, want to make sure that all of the things are right here and they're in their right fashion. Additionally, on the board clerk checklist, there were items added under sending the feedback and reflection for the board. I don't have that document in front of me. And so I guess my question is, how do we want to address changes or recommendations, because I was very I stand by the changes that I recommended to be made. So,
Mr. Lopez?
Yeah, and Mr. Going, maybe you can help me out here. I wonder if she could send, Ms. Russell sent those proposed changes, would it go back to the Finance Committee to review and changes?
I think if this is coming from the Finance Committee, as these are the forms they're suggesting the board approve, that's what's before the board right now. I think that if you have additional changes that the board would like to see made or discussed, they probably should go back to the Finance Committee. I think that's what makes the most sense, so that we have vetted, so they're fully vetted before they get back in front of the board. I don't want to gum up the process, but that's what makes sense to me, unless I'm misunderstanding something.
no, I think that makes sense. I just want to make sure how I give that information to the Finance Committee. Do I BCC all of them and send it? Because that's,
Dr. Nguyen's the chair, right? I think you could just email Dr. Nguyen and say these are,
Right, but I would be CC everybody.
Right, correct. I
So that
was
we don't have to have another delay and I didn't get a chance to see it, stuff like that. Because my comment back to you would be, I remember the conversation of the reflection form, how many months ago? How many months ago? That's a question.
it's like been,
6?
yeah.
Okay, so just with respect, why haven't you brought them?
Oh, the reflection form is done,
Where
the
is it?
job form.
It was discussed at the last board retreat in January
Okay,
31st.
So, I'm just saying, I understand, I accept your, because I remember our conversation of
Yeah.
the significance of it.
So I gave all of that information to
Just a
the
second,
board
just a second,
clerk.
Just a second.
I hear you. I just want to
No, I
make
haven't
sure.
finished the sentence yet. What I wanted, what the Finance Committee was trying to meet the timeline before the next conference, so there would not be any other gaps in understanding. Okay, so,
So for those of us that have attended conferences, we have already completed the form. And the conversation was to then, at each board retreat, so at our spring retreat, that's when we would review all of that as a full board. There's a jot form and there's a paper document. So it
Whatever you
started in
write.
January.
whatever you all, I'm sorry, were you finished?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Whatever you all decided, fine, it just wasn't related to the full, the meat.
And I understand that, and I apologize. But yes, I can forward that email to you, and then,
To all of us, just CC all of us.
yes.
So I think so next steps, Ms. Russell, if you could send that to the Finance Committee, BCC everyone. We can take that up at our next Finance Committee. I would also, on April 17th, we have a special meeting, or April 18th,
Oh,
whatever that next meeting date is.
Yeah.
yeah, we can review it and then bring it up at the
Bring it.
17th meeting.
Right, and include and then include the
All these other forms.
reflection form as well.
Okay,
Sorry,
as long as we're on the same time frame. I just had a couple of questions. If I remember, I guess this is a question for Mr. Correll. In the credit card manual, is there not a prohibition to renting cars? In the credit card manual, is there a prohibition to renting cars?
I guess I'm missing the word you're saying before car.
Prohibition.
renting.
You can't rent a car. It's prohibited.
Oh, to renting cars. Yeah, you need superintendent's approval before you rent a car, and we have a house account with Enterprise that the car should be rented through that.
Okay.
If you're on the road and you need to rent a car for some reason, you'll need superintendent's approval, and then, we wouldn't.
Okay, if I'm stranded
would
on,
say we-
if I'm stranded on I-90 someplace in the world,
Right.
send me a rental car.
Right.
Gotcha.
Or you can call and I would give you the account number, and if you had access to Enterprise, but if you didn't have access to Enterprise, then we'd probably allow credit card.
All that to say, perhaps that needs to be,
That was what the recommendation was,
oh, really? Well, it sure would be nice if one would know.
the rental car part.
Second question. Did you all decide,
Can I,
I haven't finished, just my last comment. Did you all decide a time frame to submit these forms so that the clerk and everybody would have adequate time to complete the arrangements?
I'll work with
like a no.
Leslie. I'll work with Leslie to come up with the supplement that you're looking for, you know.
What's the supplement?
A
Supplement you talking
supplement, you
about?
know, to the P-card manual. Yeah, are we talking about
Right,
something?
there's no need to have what we had before, just, you know, appendix at the end. But this, I'm just asking, when you all were discussing this, 2 weeks before, I mean, did you come up with a specific time to submit travel forms so that there would not be a mistake?
So there are guidelines, I think, in one of them that say on the front end, there's a time frame so you can get the per diem on the front end, and on the back end, there's a time frame. Like, they're just, I don't know where it's written, but it's written somewhere. She's talking about, are you talking about when the forms are submitted for the board or when the reimbursement? So all of that is it 2 weeks?
Roughly, yes.
Yeah, it's written.
It needs to be stated, in my opinion, on the form.
Okay. It's written somewhere, I just can't remember.
I would say no less than 30 days, like, because 2 weeks is pushing it for hotel accommodations. That means we're paying we're paying a much higher rate.
Well, I guess that, did you all discuss that at the,
We did not.
well, that's on the agenda to talk about.
Yeah.
Okay.
One thing that,
Russell, yeah.
I was just gonna add on the rental car thing, so, Miguel's not here, but he said that if for some reason someone was stranded somewhere, like we went to Wichita, if we would have got stranded in Wichita, that there's kind of like this agreement amongst the school districts that they help one another out. Like someone from Manhattan got stranded here, and so our district helped them out. And so I think there is some type of agreement there for your mechanics come out and fix the car or whatever, so.
If Miguel shared that, I would say that probably is a friendly.
I don't think he lied to me.
Then it needs
I
to
don't
be
think he-
printed someplace so that we would have, it's just like your AAA card.
Yeah.
Roadside assistance, we need to know that, and it needs to be provided, in my opinion.
Okay.
I'm sorry, one last question. I must have two different papers, because one that says request for travel advance meals, rate is 68, and the other one says rate 59. Are these for two different?
68, it was updated. The one that's on the board docs says 68, and it says it was updated October 1st, 2024. So
Okay, when I printed this one out, it says 59.
It's 68, Kansas Department of Administration
Right.
updates
But
it
the
with the
form
supplement.
says 59. I just printed it yesterday.
the one that's on the agenda today says 68.
I printed from the agenda.
Oh.
Something to look at.
Yeah, we'll make sure that we have the right
Yeah.
form with the
One is
right,
on there.
yeah.
It's now.
This page.
I'm sorry, Ms. Brantley Page.
Mr. Russell alluded to, there was a form. I never saw the form that we can fill out, or where can I go to get the form? That when we go on these trips, we did vote that we were supposed to fill them out and say what we learned, what classes we attend. I haven't seen that form, so is it in a special place, or where should I go to look?
We can ask Leslie to send it out
Yeah,
to
Miss-
everybody.
No, this is another form that, I filled out the one to go.
No, yeah,
Come back, we're supposed to say what classes we took, what we did.
yes.
And something that if we're willing, like we came back and shared that,
World
cafe
Cafe.
thing that they did in St. Louis.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. I haven't seen that form, so.
When that was finalized, and Ms. Smith, if you could just recirculate that, I know it was sent out a while ago, and I know you all get a million emails, so if we could recirculate that to everyone, we'll make sure you have it.
And when you sign to go to the conference, does that automatically mean you get a meal if you pay the whole package? I don't
No.
understand that in this last one, so.
I think it depends on the conference. For instance, the NSBA conference, they're all paid ticketed meals for this one coming up in April, where we would have had to sign up and pay ahead of time for the meals.
We didn't do that.
So this time around, there are some conferences that do provide breakfast or lunch or something, but some conferences don't provide meals, or you have to pay additional for those meals.
I'm sorry. One
It's
last.
Dr. Nguyen.
Is there only, here's the real question. What if staff requests professional leave and they're not requesting professional development points? Is this the same form they fill out? There's just one form?
It's just one form, and when you go through there to do it, you can check.
NA or something?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So board members, you have the forms in front of you. If you have any other thoughts or questions or suggested changes, please send those, like Ms. Russell, please send those to Dr. Nguyen and the Finance Committee, BCC, everyone on the Finance Committee. We will take those up and discuss them, and then we'll make sure that we include the job form, professional development for the board, so that we can all review that as well. And this will be brought back at a future board meeting after Finance Committee has had a chance to review it, which I believe then would put it at the April 22nd or 5th board meeting, whatever date that
No
is.
calendar in my mind.
So,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay. All right, so we will not take any action on these items today. So we will continue moving with our agenda. We are on item 6A. Board, these are new business items up for information only. No action is being requested of the board today, but they are here for your information. If you have any questions, we do have staff that will answer any questions. First one is on the purchase of the 2 new police vehicles for the police department from Landmark Dodge. Any questions on this item? Okay. The second is on the restroom sink upgrades at New Chelsea Elementary. Any questions on this item? Okay, if you do have questions as you're reviewing either of those, please submit those to Dr. Stubblefield, and we will make sure to get information out to the full board. Ms. Brownlee-Page.
These are used cars, right?
Mr. Correll is coming up.
Correll is coming
Chief
up.
Herrick is coming up.
And when he's coming, Ms. Smith, on the recommendation, can you add except for information? Because it says, well, never mind, I'm sorry. It says except.
Oh, Good
Sorry.
evening, Chief.
How are you?
Good.
Mr. Board President, Board, Terry Khatib, Interim Chief of Police. No, these are not used vehicles. These are new vehicles based upon the Mid-America Regional Council government bid.
So it's 53 per car.
Yeah, whatever that price divided by 2. 89,898 divided by 2.
Is our cost not the 45? 44,949?
Yeah, per car, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, correct, yeah. And those are replacing 2, so it's not adding vehicles, it's basically replacing 2 cars that have got over 100,000 miles on them that we bought used in 2013 from the KHP. So we're not adding vehicles to the fleet, we're just replacing 2 vehicles that are almost unserviceable at this point.
And then what do you do with the used cars? Do we keep them or you traded them in?
No, we sell them according to how we sell them at the district on Purple Wave. We put them out there for bid. And then we take that money and it's added back into the budgets.
So how many cars do we have total now?
16, and this would still maintain 16 vehicles.
You said 16? and what?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
I didn't hear the last part.
16 vehicles, yes.
16 new?
Uh-huh.
And how many used, or we're just,
Well, they're all used.
Okay.
The last time we bought cars was in 2020, so it's been 4 years.
Okay.
since we bought
thank you.
vehicles. Thank you.
Additional questions?
I have additional questions, but I will email them.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. If you do have questions, anyone else, please submit those to Dr. Stubblefield. Thank you. Okay, next board item, Item 7, tonight, Board, we will hear our KISSA implementation and outcome updates report. Dr. Conrad is coming to the podium. Board, you'll notice, and Dr. Danita Fernandez Flores as well. This is for quarter 2 report. We had to delay this report as some of our other agendas got heavy, and we just didn't want to rush through this, so we are presenting quarter 2 information and data to you. Hopefully you had a chance to review it. Lots of information and data that they will go through this evening. If you have questions, please ask. We want to make sure that we answer any questions you have tonight and/or submit them later if they come up. But anything you'd like to add, Dr. Stubblefield?
No, I was just going to say it is quarter 2. Quarter 3 will be coming up probably in 2 meetings, but the reason they are close is because of the agendas being shifted, and Dr. Lucera will be joining them to present. Thank you.
Good evening. Buenas noches. Board President Lopez, Vice President Ms. Russell, Superintendent Dr. Stubblefield, esteemed board members, dedicated staff, and valued community members. I'm Dr. Danita Fernandez Flores, Executive Director of Diploma Plus College and Career Instructional Programs. Joining me tonight are colleagues from DERA and Student Services and Family Supports in collaboration with Leadership and Learning Team as we share the outcome data related to our district benchmark assessments and FastBridge assessments. In this slide, we view our North Star. This trajectory not only reflects student outcomes, but also the alignment of our instructional practices, professional development, and strategic planning district-wide. The spheres of influence visualizes our program alignment. The overlapping systems, school improvement plans, MTSS, and KISSA ensure a coherent approach to our school improvement, where resources, instruction, and accountability measures are aligned. Our district strategic priorities provide clarity to the work of all departments in support of our board goals. And these 4 fundamentals of the Kansas Education System Accreditation 2.0 are aligned strongly with our components, as represented here in our District 3 priorities. As we look deeper and review our board goal themes, outcomes, areas for KCKPS, we've identified measures to monitor progress listed here. We will now review each outcome area goal and lead measures. For Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools kindergarten outcome, we monitor the retention of numeracy and literacy skills in our preschool 4-year-olds. The assessment is used to monitor skill retainment through FastBridge. Our post-secondary outcome area is clearly defined, and teams monitor progress monthly. The high school outcome area is tracked with the Kansas Assessment Program. And to monitor progress towards this long-term vision, we have interim assessments. We call them district benchmark assessments, which we will be reporting on today. Dr. Lucero will present the next slides.
Good evening, Board and Dr. Stubblefield. So for the social emotional portion, by prioritizing that, we're prioritizing the whole child, ensuring we're creating a positive and supporting learning environment, a place where our students are wanting to come to school and are remaining in school. So the key outcomes we measure here are average daily attendance, what helps us monitor the bigger picture. Chronic absenteeism monitors individual students, and when students miss too many days, whether they're excused or unexcused, research shows it puts them at high risk. They fall behind academically, struggle to stay engaged, higher risk for dropping out. So that's why chronic absenteeism is so important for us to monitor and keep track for our individual students. And then the other side of our data we're looking at is our disciplinary data, ensuring that we're doing what we can to keep our kids in school and keeping that safe environment. Now, MTSS is how we come to work together on our whole child. These are all the parts coming that we can see what level of supports do our students need, sometimes in one area, in different areas. Ultimately, we're creating an inclusive environment where every student can thrive, and we're working together and monitoring. Dr. Conrad will share the KISSA outcome goals in these areas.
Good evening, Board. So this is all quarter 2 data, and quarter 3 just ended, and so it's a bit of a lag, and you're going to be seeing some quarter 3 data here coming up shortly in a few board meetings. But as of quarter 2, we are still exceeding our goal for the average daily attendance. We were currently, at that time, exceeding our goal for the chronic absenteeism, reducing the chronic absenteeism. We anticipate that there's some events that have taken place in January that quarter 3 might look a little different, just to prepare you for that. But in quarter 2, we were exceeding that goal. Our behavior incident goal, we are also on target to have fewer incidences in our buildings. Our suspension goals, we are significantly decreasing our out-of-school suspensions. Our post-secondary goal, as of the first semester, end of first semester, we were exceeding where we anticipated being, so this is only going to go higher. We're only going to get more students above that mark. And then our graduation goal. Graduation's a little difficult to gauge where we are because there are multiple factors that go into whether a student graduates or not. Currently, we're predicted to be around 77.5%, but that I put error bars around that just to really signify that number's a bit more fuzzy for us just because of all the things that go into graduating on time and how that gets calculated. The calculation really is what gives us the wide range. Now, there are things that we are doing, and I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Lucero to talk about some of the things that we're doing in the district.
All right. And so these are all the programs that are weaving together in our MTSS platform. High-quality instructional materials we look for on the academics and the SEL, our professional learning communities and the structures, and our teams working together. And then AVID is our college and career readiness program that has both the SEL and academic components. SIOP, we are implementing district-wide with instructional framework, working on language development for all of our students, because all of our students are language learners. Professional learning communities on structured literacy through letters training, and Attend to Achieve program, and our Restorative Practice and Code of Conducts are these programs that we're continually to implement. And then Dr. Conrad will talk about these implementation stages.
So it's really important to us to be able to know where our buildings are in implementing all of these things, because we believe that when you do implement the things that we're asking you to, then the outcomes will improve. But we have to know, are you doing those things? And so right now we have about 25 buildings, and this hasn't changed much. We're keeping this number the same throughout this school year. And we expect fourth quarter, when we report next school year, that these numbers will have shifted because we've been doing work with these buildings to move them along. But right now, we have about 25 buildings at that installation stage. And we are taking all of those things that Dr. Lucero just talked about, engaging where they are in the process. And 25 of our buildings are in the installation stage, just starting that process. We have about 16 buildings that are in the initial implementation, so they're moving along. We hope to see at the end of this year more of those buildings changing categories through the work that we've been doing with them. So we take that, we know where they are implementing, and we want to see, is that impacting the outcomes? If they're doing the things that we're asking them to do, does that transfer to better outcomes for our students? So the first slide, I have a few more arrows and circles on the next few slides, and then we can just kind of run through them. So the first dark blue bar is 39.9%. Those are the 25 buildings that are at the installation stage. Okay, so they're at the beginning stages. They haven't fully moved over to the initial implementation. The light blue bar with 49%, those are the 16 buildings that are at the initial implementation. And this is precisely what we'd like to see, that as you implement, as you move along that implementation scale, that students are performing better. That's what we're looking for. And that's what we're seeing with our ELA, district benchmark assessments. When we look at the math, there's not as big of a difference, but there's still a difference there. The schools that are at initial implementation are performing better than the schools at the installation. We see the same patterns with FastBridge, and so this is A math, and with A reading. There's that separation, and that's precisely what we would like to see. We are hoping to see, as buildings move to full implementation, that those gaps exist as well, where those students are performing better as they fully implement the things we are asking them to do. We break it down by each level, and you can see here, this is ELA, DBA, our district benchmark assessments. And we see that across each level, if you are a building that's in the initial implementation, you are performing better than the buildings that are still at installation. We see that from ELL status. One area where we do not see that difference is with our current ELL students, where there is no difference there. And actually, the buildings in installation do slightly better. But what we see is our former ELL students that have graduated from ESOL programs are doing better than both groups, and they're doing better within the initial implementation buildings. We see the same thing with disability status and within race and ethnicity. We see similar patterns followed with the math, and so I'll run through these. One area that we are questioning and still looking into is why former ELL students, although they are performing better overall, the students in the initial implementation did not score as well as those in the installation buildings. And so this is something that our data is able to provide us, some insights, so that we can go ask additional questions to kind of tease out what in our program is working better here but not here, and why is that the case. And so those are things that we are still exploring and uncovering. Disability status for the math shows similar trends. And then by race, it also, we have some switches here when it comes to students who have identified as Asian or Black African American. We aren't seeing the separations that we anticipated seeing. And so those are additional areas that we need to uncover, okay, what is going on within our programming where we're not seeing that? Why aren't we seeing that? Here we get into the FastBridge data where it is a reading. Again, with the former ELL students, we're not seeing that differentiation, and we're exploring what is happening there. We do see it with disability status. And again, just about across the table with the race and ethnicity, we're seeing those. We're not seeing it in two subcategories, but those end counts are so small that the percentages really do impact whether we see those differences or not. And then when it comes to FastBridge with the math, we're not seeing it at the middle school level, which was really interesting to us because the elementary and high school, we are seeing it. And so we're very curious about why at the middle school level did they not separate. They separated with ELL status and again with disability status. Race and ethnicity also shows similar trends. So I will now turn the time over to Dr. Fernandez-Flores to talk about some of the things that we've been doing this second quarter and going into third quarter.
Since our last report, schools and district departments have continued to make meaningful progress in implementing key strategies that align with our district strategic plan and KISSA fundamentals. High-quality instructional materials are being more deeply embedded into daily classroom routines, Job-embedded professional learning tailored to each building supports this integration. In professional learning communities, they have advanced with principals receiving deeper training during Professional Learning Summit. This work enhances collaborative planning and instructional alignment. We've initiated letters training across a new cohort set of teachers, strengthening literacy instruction grounded in the science of reading. SIOP implementation continues across our district with all 7 components out of 8 trained, helping teachers meet the needs of all learners through structured, inclusive instruction. Avid instructional strategies continues to be promoted across content areas, reinforcing college and career readiness for all students. Restorative practices, train the trainers, have been started, provided by KIPCOR, supporting positive school culture and reducing discipline-related absences. All these mentioned topics were supported through the 3 days of Learning Summit sessions this school year. In addition to these focus areas, the Student Code of Conduct is actively reinforced to ensure equity and safe, respectful learning environments. Furthermore, the committee is starting the work this week. Attend to Achieve remains critical in supporting attendance interventions and keeping students engaged in learning, and currently working with building principals to establish end-of-year goals. Finally, building leaders are being supported through professional learning networks, side-by-side coaching, principal meetings, and walkthroughs, ensuring consistent instructional leadership across all schools. Thank you, and with that, we open the floor to any questions.
Thank you, everybody. Would open it up for questions. or
I don't have a
comments, Mr.
question. I just want to say thank you, because we can see over a period of time, there's progress. There are some setbacks, but we know the direction in which we're going to be moving forward to bring completeness to our students, and then try to engage more with active involvement with our parents. Again, I want to say thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drew. Questions, thoughts, support? Dr. Nguyen?
You can go ahead.
Okay, I just have a few questions. So I'm glad that you said it because the data is the exact same. So could you walk me through, and you're probably repeating yourself, I apologize, the implementation stages? So help me understand how long folks stay in each of these stages, because these numbers are the exact same as before, but then there are discrepancies that you've acknowledged as well. And so I'm just trying to understand, what is the period in which we will have a building that's in full implementation? Because some of these have already been participating for quite some time. So when does it, where is the buy-in, or what is the thing that we're trying to get to that gets you to that full stage?
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic question that we are wrestling with as well as we are looking at implementation. We're looking at, if you have 50% of your building or more that are doing the things that we expect you to do, then we would consider that building at full implementation. One of the things that we struggle with, right, with all school districts is turnover. And so you're getting new staff in. So maybe one year you were at full implementation or initial implementation, but that could look different next year. Now, this is the first year we're actually attempting to gather that type of information and that level of information. And so we have to do some refining of how we're looking at that as well. As we notice, okay, initially we're marking you as this, but we have to refine our process because maybe it's not getting at what we need it to get at. So we're kind of piloting that as well. And so establishing where schools are is work on our part, but then understanding how it moves with the shifting building demographics, like who's in your building, that's another piece that we're going to wrestle with next year.
Yeah. And I'm assuming that the retention data from human resources would be something that could play a role in those conversations, because buildings that are retaining their staff more often year to year, I would think those buildings would have moved at least one or two, I don't know. without looking at the data completely. Okay. My second question is around the correlation of chronic absenteeism and the correlation of ELA numbers as well as math as they relate to American Indian Alaskan. So our chronic absentee numbers for that population are high, but then also the educational data is also very low. So what are the intentional things that we can be doing for those subgroups? If our 2031 goal is no disparity in subgroups, that subgroup has had very, very, very little improvement since looking at the data. What are we doing? Or is that not a subgroup we've looked at?
Yeah, I could say just initially that the number in the subgroup, it's a small number. And so slight adjustments change, like really drastically change the percentages. And so I just want to caution there first that we could see some wild swings if there's only 10 kids and 5 of them. That's 50-50. If you move 3 of those over, I mean, it looks like a big jump when they're just small numbers.
Okay.
But then to answer your actual question about what are some things that we can do,
Okay.
And for that, that's where our Attend to Achieve team works with our attendance teams in the buildings and looking at the data and look at subgroups, and then they set goals on that. So if they notice a subgroup, and sometimes it can be not just by race and ethnicity, sometimes it will be by grade level, and that's where they set the small mini goals to make differences. So does that answer?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay.
I think the numbers game is probably more telling of that data number, but it also still plays into our bigger pot. And then my last question, and I don't really know how I want to ask this question, is around and it continues to be a question that we ask, so behavior incident goal and suspension goals. So we're saying we're down 957 suspensions and 500 incidents. And I'm just trying to really get down to what strategies we say restorative justice, but then you talk to one side of the spectrum and they're like, well, we still have behavior issues, we just don't do anything with them. And so I'm trying to figure out what's the balance of seeing a decrease in number, but the narrative that we're just not doing anything. And so I guess that's my question, but also how this information also correlates to the climate surveys that we're sending to students and families about their experience. Like, do students feel like this is what's happening? I know that's a loaded question.
So while they're looking, I will just add that in some cases, I know when I spoke directly with parents and administrators and teachers, those who are saying nothing is happening, when we are using alternative methods to address the behavior, be it restorative justice, counseling, or other resources, if they're not suspended, that's what they're equating to something. That is something that we'll continue to navigate, but we do follow, like, this is what students are suspended for in the code of conduct. Now, that's not to say with absolutes, there may have been some missteps here or there when something, like, there are real stories that I know you all hear, but typically that is what's happening. If you look in the code of conduct, if you do X, you're suspended. If you do Y, it may be a detention or alternative to suspension in the building or alternative to suspension over at North Campus. So that, just leveling that and helping people to understand where, honestly, some cases, which you all are very aware, we were over-suspending kids for things, and that's where the state stepped in several years ago and was like, you need to evaluate that. So level setting around that we're still working through that. But I do think, to your point, once we we can crosswalk culture and climate surveys, and we also can, in some ways, survey students in the future to get their perspective and perceptions around the culture and climate of their schools.
Well, I think it is an option on that survey, if I'm not wrong. I don't-
It is. Oh, he's nodding. So yes, we can look at that and provide information around that.
Okay.
Yeah, and we do have.
Just a high level. I don't need like all of the nitty gritty. I just would like to understand that perspective paired with the other information.
Yep, definitely appreciate that. And we do our second culture and climate survey here coming up in May. And so we do it twice a year, so we'll have that data twice.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Wynn, I just wanted to piggyback really quick, because it's, Ms. Russell took words out of my mouth with that question, so I appreciate that question. Just, I guess, an added context for me with that restorative practices, or when we're looking at behavior suspension rates, and thinking about our budget, and so it's a conversation probably not for tonight, but just thinking about the resources that we need to allocate as a district to support the work. If that really is the way we are going around restorative practices and how we work with our students and families and staff, what additional or different supports do we need for that team and that department as we think through, and as we're navigating our budget, just making sure that we're providing the proper support. So I just wanted, I didn't want to, before I forgot, if that's a route we're going, continuing to go down with our staff, which I think, to me makes sense. What additional supports do the teams need? Does that department need? Does that staff and team need to continue to educate and to continue to build consistency around restorative practices? Because I think that's one thing that hurts or helps the work, when there's inconsistency around that from building to building, and or when parents don't understand what restorative practices look like or are, or when staff don't understand or the kids don't understand. And so how we build that consistency. So what additional, long way to say, what additional supports do we as a board need to evaluate and look at within our budget, and how we resource that work? Because I think that was a really important question, so appreciate that. Dr. Wynn.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask some kind of like macro questions and then drill down on, and thank you for number one, numbering your pages. Helps me a lot. And I should know this answer. How many total buildings do we have? You said 25 buildings is your first.
So not all buildings are included in those two numbers of the 25 and 16. We don't have the early childhood buildings in that group. We also don't have additional, like the JDC or Camber in that group either.
And just
so there's
confirming, not Alfred Fairfax either, or they are a part of it?
Fairfax is in there.
Okay.
And so it is the 41 buildings represented.
So, okay, so they're all attendance centers, okay. So when you write, building leaders receive professional development regarding the program, what is the program? Define the program.
It would be one of the programs we're implementing, such as professional learning communities, AVID.
The ones that are listed on page 7?
Yes, high-quality instructional materials, so they.
The ones that are listed on page 7? That whole list?
Page 21.
Page 21, okay. No, you don't have anything specifically identified on page 21. I'm reading from page 21. You said the program.
We have
I'm looking at
different-
page 7, you have
We have a
Fast Bridge.
20.
Okay, okay.
High-quality instructional materials, so they receive training around CKLA, that's the curriculum in the elementary, for instance. iReady, the mathematics curriculum at elementary. So we bring professional learning around the curricula, professional learning communities, how to structure them, how to lead them. AVID, they can travel to summits, or we bring the professional learning here. Those are some of the examples.
Okay. So I
Slide
guess
deck
my
20.
real question is then, how do you determine who gets what professional development, and when?
It varies. For instance, with the implementation of iReady, our coaches go into the buildings and provide support in the areas that they are needing support. So in some buildings, for instance, they might be well-versed around the implementation of the monitoring tool that's within the math curricula. In other buildings, we might focus in on the instructional routines. And so we will personalize some of that professional learning when we come into the buildings.
But to answer your question, each group, so administrators, if I'll just take iReady. So there was professional development that was provided to administrators for what their role is. There were professional development provided to those teachers who actually teach the subject, and it's ongoing between Wednesdays and the days. And then if you have support in the classroom, like teacher aide or para, they also receive some level. So anybody who touches whatever that program is, there is a pathway or professional development that's planned for them between the Wednesdays, the learning summits, and then the coaches pushing in. So it just,
So I guess I ask you, so how do you monitor that when people are going maybe at different levels?
So the building principles, we have once a month, so we map all of those out, and we have that. We also have a professional development calendar that has all of the groups listed in there, everyone from instructional aides to district administrators. And then you can look at the date and see what the professional development looks like. Honestly, this team just finished getting feedback as we're planning for next year, like, what was the experience? Everybody gave feedback, and so now we're finalizing all of the structure time that we have for professional development, and then we'll put that together and get additional feedback. But we monitor it through the front line, like that's where they are housed, like for Wednesdays or other things, and people sign in and those kind of things. Things like letters, they're actually tests or certain modules that you can pull and keep track to see how people are progressing. And then we also know like who attends the professional development. When the coaches and the building principals and district administrators do walkthroughs, they also have additional information around like the look-fors for whatever was implemented at that time. So it's different ways. I mean, there are several things that we're doing, and that's how when this data is pulled together and we're like, well, they're at initial implementation or installation, it's based off of looking at all those data points and how the students are performing around that.
Right, so when you're talking about the initial implementation, all staff are trained. How is that possible, let's say, December, when people are in different, I'll call them silos for lack of a better term?
So I think it goes back to Ms. Russell's point. I would say if we were to pull the data around the 16 schools or buildings that they have initial, all staff are trained in that, they have a lower turnover rate. So those staff, they may have been, like, as we were rolling out certain things, they may have been a building ahead. So high school started Avid first. And then we're still bringing on some elementary schools.
Right.
So they would be in different spots. But for those things that we've rolled out all together, there is a correlation between like the turnover rate for staff and when you're looking at that.
Okay, so let me use two examples. One, FastBridge. Does everybody use FastBridge?
Yeah, so the grade levels that are assessed, because they're not at all of the high school
So
levels.
it is K through 12, but if you score starting in ninth grade,
Right.
the state says that if you score low risk or college pathway, you do not need additional screening.
Right.
And so it's not all high school students that continue to get screened on FastBridge.
So for those who required the 3 times a year, whatever, what components of FastBridge do we use? Do you use, well, you use the screener, obviously.
Yeah, we use math, We use
Not
reading.
subject matters, what components? You do progress monitoring?
Yes, we do progress
You do the
monitoring
parents'
there as well.
reports?
They do produce parent reports as well, yes.
Do our, I guess this is a question for you, do our staff go over these FastBridge parents' reports with parents?
When they, on FA days, those are the conversations that they.
We have documentation of that?
And during their FA time. I mean, FA time, they communicate to parents around.
Do we have signed off? I mean, I'm kind of feeding back on Ms. Brownlee Page's question. Do we have sign off that the parent has seen that FastBridge report?
I don't know about sign off like FastBridge, but we know who came and what the discussion was. Now, sometimes FastBridge may not be what it's,
Say the
topic-
deficiency or
Yes.
something?
So it really, like, they're broad communications that are shared out with families, but it also personalized depending on
Correct.
what the need of the family. But we have documentation of when the families come, what those individual teachers do keep notes around, or just what they talk to
I mean,
families
FastBridge
about.
can be personalized to the student to provide direct input of what that student needs to perform, how to improve the performance. This is what I've never heard you tell us that, especially with FastBridge, that almost an IEP, but not really an IEP, because that's different. But the feedback from those scores, that the manner in which FastBridge reports out, seems like do our staff, I'll direct that question to you, use those results to actually almost personalize, individualize instruction for kids who are not performing?
For interventions, they use that for interventions and enrichment. Now, I will say yes, but I'm sure there are some who, have additional support around it if they are not doing that. But that is the expectation,
Right.
that is informing what is happening during intervention time, not like, necessarily during core instruction, because that's where they are teaching to the core, but during when time, like in middle school, I forget what it's called at elementary, but there's built-in time for intervention, enrichment, and whatever support that students need at the different levels. Those are things that we continue to strive to make sure that is more standardized and those things are happening. But that's why you see some schools that are in initial implementation and some are in installation. And when the curriculum team, as well as our EDs of schools, are doing walkthroughs and having conversations, that's where they're unpacking, like, what's the difference and what supports and structures do you need, or were all of your kids out in this particular class because of the flu, or did they miss? So those are the kind of things, the conversations that they're having when they do the walkthroughs and the follow-ups and those kind of things with the building leaders. And
I can speak from the elementary perspective because I think that's where I've seen it the best. And so for both of my younger children, so they do groups, but then there may be a student, i.e. Josiah, who needs to be stretched, and so they put him in another group to see if he will then feed off of the other students while he's not at that level, to see if maybe that like community learning will help versus the classroom. And so I have seen it where they're all in little groups, different levels of where they are in reading, and then they go, even they do the teacher trades or whatever.
Right. But I'm happy that you're able to see that, but we have 19,000 students.
Yeah.
So this is why I'm asking a global.
But I think it's a system. It's part of the
I'm
teaching.
sorry, you can only speak to your experience, and you only have 1 or 2 children. So,
I have 3,
okay, 3, 4, 5.
all which are products of KCKPS.
That's not the question. But thank you. One last question. The letters training, how many of our teachers are not trained in it but certified in it?
so it depends on when they join the district. We have cohorts, so and we can get you those specific numbers. But the first cohort, if you were here in the district the 21-22 school year, you are done and more than likely had your certification unless you had a hiccup somewhere, and you are still in the cycle to finish. So that group, that very first group, and then I think the second group will finish up this year. So if you started in 21-22 school year, you would have it. 22-23, they're either finished or close to being finished, because it's a cycle, so it takes a couple of years to finish, like 2.
Right, I mean, finishing is one thing, certified is another.
Right, and so they take the assessment, and we have those actual numbers.
Are they
yeah.
required?
We
to be
have that
certified?
data, and we will provide it to you in
Okay.
your Friday update.
Thank you.
Yeah. So they're required, that's the requirement
Be
by the
certified.
state, yes. And we have those numbers.
Not required to be certified by the state.
Well, it's,
They training, but not the certification.
We will need a literacy seal
they have
by
to have that.
2028.
training.
And so we are getting ourselves ready to ensure our staff will meet that criteria.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brownlee Page.
Okay. My first concern is on restorative justice. I've seen it work in other places. It's my belief. I don't think we've gotten everybody to buy into it. In order for it to work, you got to have the principal, teachers, everybody has to buy into it. So what are some innovative things you're doing to try to get them to do it? Because if we're going to use this and we don't want to just throw people away, and I'm not saying we do that, but when you suspend them, that's what some people will say. And if this is what we're using, I question whether people have really bought into it in order to make it work. So what are some things we're doing? We put a lot of money into this. And I've heard some parents that that's nothing, it's a waste of time. And tried to talk to them to tell them, if everybody's buying, you have to, the school has to, the kids have to in order to make it work. That's that three-legged stool. So what are we doing to get the parents involved? And what are we doing to get the teachers and the administrators more involved? Because what good is the training if we're not going to use it?
So our expectation is it is used specifically at the levels that we have provided the training. We continue to provide the professional development, the support, and we rely on our building principals and the staff to communicate that to with the families, to explain it to the families. So as we navigate and discover that if it's not being implemented with fidelity, we address those situations individually. We also, that's our expectation. So Dr. Lucero, you look like you were going to add.
Oh, yeah. I think that goes back to what Dr. Conrad was talking about with the stages, with the installation, the initial implementation and full implementation, and we started at the secondary level. So, and then we just had the KIP Corps train the trainers so we could build capacity to have more trainers, and expanding the program down to middle school, elementary school. So we're not at full implementation. However, when you look at our resolution data, you do see kids having more restorative practice opportunities, for example, to mediate. So these mediation prevent fighting in the school. So we're seeing a decrease in aggressive behaviors. So the data, the resolution data does show it's working, and our students are getting those opportunities for restorative practice.
And the other thing I'll add, Ms. Page, is that I think there's this misunderstanding that we don't, for lack of a better word, hold students accountable. So you can participate in a restorative circle and have done something to be suspended for. So you may be doing both, depending on what happened. Because the purpose of the restorative practices is, one, for you to acknowledge whatever harm or wrong that you've done so you're aware of it, so you can make a different choice in the future. It does not mean that there's not an additional consequence that is happening with it. I will say, based off of my conversations and with, when families have reached out to me, it is often that if that was like the resolution was a circle of mediation and say an apology, they are often wanting, because they wanted that person expelled for school. Now, that person could have been suspended for a few days or gone somewhere else, but the thought is they should not be back in the building. So then it turns into, well, they're not doing anything. And I'm not saying that that's absolute.
That's what I'm
But I
saying.
think that's the gap, and a lot of time when we are having those conversations, we just continue to navigate it. And to Dr. Lucera's point, we're still, navigating through it and really trying to build the capacity and the understanding, but it doesn't mean that other things are not happening simultaneously.
No, I'm not saying that.
No, yeah.
I'm just saying, I think we, just like when we had that listening tour, every table didn't know what the Welcome Center was.
No, absolutely.
So that says to me, we may have a program, but have we really done all that we can to educate students, parents, the community about what we're doing? I question that.
Yeah.
I think we can do more.
And we don't disagree. And so following up from that, in the different groups that I meet with, from the parent and community group to the student groups, we shared that information and said, what can we do differently? And they've given us ideas. And I think that's where you have seen, like when we talked about within the budget meeting about really leveraging the faces more in feeder patterns, because there are some schools that don't, and tying that back to the Welcome Center. Really, the Welcome Center has a whole plan now to go out into different parts of the community, because we do see that there are gaps there. So we've gotten the feedback, and that's where the teams have saying, okay, we can continue to do this because it's working for this group, but how do we make sure that we continue to expand it? And so we're constantly asking for feedback around that and make the necessary adjustments, and we'll continue to do that. So those listening and learning sessions, anytime that we get feedback from staff, that is helpful so that we can make the proper adjustments.
Second question deals with, can we see data on how many ones went to a 2? Because you grouped them here, but can we break it down? How many 2s went to a 3 and how many 3s went to a 4? Because from what I can see that was presented, you clumped them all together. Can we really see the numbers in terms of where is that and where can we see it?
Yeah, so we shared that in August because it's only once a year, but we can attach it to the end of the week so you can have it this week. But the CAP, they only do it once a year. And so we always bring it in the August data, and then that's stagnant data for a year. It will be delayed this year because they are setting new cut scores for it, so we may not get it into October.
Or is there any way to get it every semester?
They only take it once a
9
year.
weeks?
Yeah, they don't take the test it's the same data. We can attach it every time.
Okay, because when you look at this, you're grouping it all together, and it just, I don't feel that we have enough information.
Yeah, but that data
But
doesn't
that's just
change.
my opinion. I just said I didn't think we got enough information. There's a lot of little cute statements, but the scores are still not where they need to be.
But the scores only change once a year. So we can attach it every time, but they only take the test, like they're taking the test right now, like they started this week. We'll get the scores in October-ish, and those are the same scores, that the scores won't change again. What we're sharing with you is the benchmark data and the FastBridge data and the discipline data, because that is where we see movement per quarter, because those are the things we're assessing per quarter. But you're not going to see, whatever the level, the number of students who have 1s in August is the same number. We won't know if it's changed until we get the results from when they take it now. Benchmark assessments, we can provide that quarter, which we do, but the CAP assessments, it hasn't changed. But we can attach it to the end of the week. So
And
you
then
can have
my
that.
third question, I'm trying to think of the name of the program, where if we don't have people to teach math and science, they're doing it online?
Proximity.
Yeah, okay, I think it's a good program, but my butt comes in when the weather was so bad this year. From what I was told, and maybe I was told wrong, I'm asked it, where they didn't have the people to teach it because they couldn't connect the system. And what are we doing to correct some of that, or try to come up with a plan for a backup plan. Because if it's bad storms and it's out, then who's teaching the class?
So there may have been some one-offs, but that wasn't system-wide. They were online teaching, unless there was like some one-offs. But the system was never completely down or
Well,
people
there were
weren't
some
teaching.
parents who said there was a disconnect. I'm just going by
So
what
if you,
I was
and I
told.
can follow up to see where
Okay.
it was so we can unpack it. Because we were never, I mean, we actually just got data back from them around some, just what was happening. So if it was at a particular location, I will say when that happens, there is a teacher associate in the classroom, and then between the administrators or coaches or that department, those students still receive, should receive some sort of instruction. It would just be like, if a teacher is out, you have a sub.
Now,
There wasn't, to my knowledge, but we'll check,
Okay.
a complete system shut down because of the weather.
And the teacher associates, what's their qualification? Are they certified in that area? Or are they just a general?
We have some retired teachers. We have some, most of them have at least 60 college credits, but they're not the person on the screen is the certified person. They're there more for support, classroom management, that sort of thing. We did use, first semester, all of our Teach Fellows were in those classes so that they would have an opportunity to like just get their routines down from classroom management and those sorts of things. And then they took over the class second semester. So it varies, but all of them, I think they have to have, is it 60 hours, Dr. Jones? They have if you're an associate, there is a certain number of college credits you have to have. I may be off on the 60, but I'll get that information to you.
And who runs the Tend to Achieve program? Is that out of students?
That's out of student services. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Mylan.
Yes, mine is more of a comment and a statement more than a question. First of all, I want to commend you all for the data, the effort that you involved in, and it's much appreciated. But what gathers me and makes me impressed, let me say that, is the focus word, focus for quarter three. And the point I want to make, it says in the bullet point here, it says school improvement plans continue to be an area of focus. Saying that when the focus is correct and it's precise and where it needs to be, it seems like that's where you all are. You can find the weaknesses, if we discuss it, what needs to be improved. As the focus is where it should be, I do see a budget improvement that is necessary can be sufficient. So that stands out within this word focus. So school improvement plans continue to be an area of focus. So as the school improvement plan continue to be where the weaknesses are, the proper way, where the focus should be, I think you all continue to be in that positive way. And I want to commend you, and I really like the data and the effort that you've given, because I'm like this, an old adage and a narrative that says it's make sure the train runs well. You got to do what improvement is to make sure the train runs well, and looks like you all, or your effort is allowing the train, and nothing's perfect, but make sure the train runs well so it can stay on track, so it gets where it needs to go, so the district can go where it needs to go and where it needs to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mylan. I just had a couple of things, and you can just remind me where to find the information, or we can touch base later. And I know Q3 information is coming, so I can wait till then as well. You answered a lot of the questions, and I apologize I didn't send these ahead of time either, Dr. Stubblefield and team. So if we don't necessarily need to dive into them tonight. You covered a lot of what I was going to ask on. Remind me, number of ELL students total in the district? 8,000 plus 9,000?
We're about 9,000.
9,000, okay. I'd be curious to see where those new ELL, current ELL, former ELL, like where I could find that data. And it's probably on a dashboard that you've shared already a link to that I just haven't looked at, so apologize if that is out there. I am curious a bit about and this may be coming at a later date with our multilingual services department, and updates on just I know we were really focusing or looking to focus on our seal of biliteracy and how we make sure that that is something that we're very intentional on with our students. So I'd love to hear more information about that at a later time as well. And then additionally, when we're looking at the data that's presented and breaking it down for our ELL students, and this is just a personal thing, I'd love to maybe learn more about the different tiered approaches that we're taking systematically. And I know you've touched on some of them tonight, and you hit on them every time you all come up in terms of the different tiered approaches that we're taking, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 with those students. I guess I want to understand a bit better about that tier 1 level supports that we have for our students who are ELL, and how we continue to support, what does that continued support look like? So I might reach out to one or many of you offline to kind of just get a better understanding of that piece. And then with the successes that we're seeing of our ELL students who are graduating, quote unquote, from ELL, what are the lessons learned that we've seen from that group of students that we can apply? And we're already doing that, I'm certain, but what does that look like? And when I'm thinking about the global MTSS kind of picture as well. So I just wanted to dive into that data a bit more, so I might reach out and just kind of just want to learn a bit more about that. The other piece I wanted to just see where I might be able to get more information on our Diploma Plus work. We're doing a phenomenal job of getting to reach our goal, right, at 2031. I think it's great. I think you guys have been very intentional on making sure that we're supporting our students and our staff, and it's built a culture in KCKPS, which I think is great, and our families know it, our students know it. Where would I find information about the trends of what those endorsements are for our students? And when I think about like the portrait of a graduate, what does that look like? And I know it's different for every student. Every high school has different areas that students can go into or pathways. Just curious about the trends of what those endorsements look like for those students. Where are they going, and are there trends that we're seeing? And are there things that we want to shift or look at doing differently, or are there additional things that we're adding to those endorsements that students can achieve as well? And so I would just be curious into diving into that data. And I know that's a lot, and it could probably take us another hour or two, so I don't want to do that tonight, but I just wanted to elevate that up. But you don't have to respond tonight. If you wanted to share anything, you could. I see you coming to the mic, Doctor.
Keep that data.
Yep.
And one of the tasks that we have endeavored to accomplish is to create a dashboard in which that data can be at your fingertips. And we are on our way to our solution. So hopefully soon you'll be able to dive into our website and look at some of that data. But we do have it, and we can provide a breakdown of the types of endorsements students are receiving by grade level, by school. We've tracked it all the way to 9th grade as well.
Thank you. That'll be helpful. And then I guess maybe this might be a Dr. Stubblefield question. As we're seeing as we're seeing kind of socially shifts in how colleges and universities create pipeline program for students of color and students of first gen and other, I would be curious to dive into our post-secondary data as well. To see.
So we have that data, and then we also have how the state tracks it. The state is more narrow than what we have, but I think that's what's planned to be on the dashboard. We can look at it and show you what we have.
Okay, perfect. Thank you all. Any additional questions or comments? Thank you all very much for the information. All right, thank you, team. Thank you, board. We're going to continue with our agenda. Next is item 8. We are at policies, so I will hand this off to Mr. Goheen.
The first policy that we have up for the board tonight is for third read for policy JGFGBA. This is the policy that we had on the agenda. There had been some questions about whether or not we wanted to move this forward for third read or wait for more definitive budgetary decisions. Ultimately, we decided to bring it back tonight with the caveat that this policy doesn't actually require you to store the medication. It simply allows for the option for it. So that's why it's back in front of you tonight for third read.
Thank you, Mr. Goheen. Any questions for Mr. Goheen on this policy? If not, board, are you prepared to make a motion to accept for third read policy JGFGBA?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion on this policy? Hearing none, Ms. Smith.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Allen Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Thank you, board.
Second policy that we have up to review tonight is board policy AHA, which is the equity policy. And our recommendation is, given in light of the recent changes in the federal level and to comply with current grant funding requirements, that this policy be withdrawn at this time.
And we would bring it back in July with the like just making sure it's in following the requirements.
Is there a motion, board, to withdraw policy AHA?
Moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Allen Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Thank you, board. Next up, we'll hear from Dr. Stubblefield.
Good evening, everyone. I have a few announcements. First, I want to welcome everybody back to spring break, and we look forward to finishing this academic year long. Strong, not long, strong. But just want to give you a few updates and reminders. First, we will communicate with parents, staff, and students tomorrow about the calendar adjustments that we will need to make, given the number of days that we were out due to inclement weather. Our calendar committee and our KNEA, we work together, so we'll be sending joint communication out to everyone tomorrow. This is just a reminder that there is an empowerment conference that will be held for Wyandotte County parents with the focus on families with children who have disabilities. This will happen Saturday, March 29th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. here at Central Office. It is a free conference, but you must register to attend. Topics that will be covered are what's an IEP, brainstorming and pre-planning, understanding the various parts of an IEP, and transition to adulthood. So you can still register for that conference. This is also a reminder to parents and guardians that kindergarten registration is now open for the 25-26 school year. To register, your child must be at least 5 years old by August 31st, and you must live in the, if you need any assistance, you can reach out to our Welcome Center. There will be a registration here at Central Office April 16th. We did have one right before spring break and had a very nice turnout. So they'll communicate, still, the Welcome Center will continue to work with families. We want to give a big shout out and congratulations to the FL Sligo High School Marching Band. They were awarded the best music presentation at the North Kansas City Snake Parade. The band earned the coveted honor after delivering a unforgettable performance at the annual St. Patrick's Day Parade. So congratulations to the Sligo Band. Also, congratulations to the all-female crew from Wyandotte High School. They made history. The team competed at the Kansas Pro Start Invitational Chef Competition in Wichita. This was the first time that there was an all-female team from KCKP, and a team from KCKPS has ever reached this level of competition. So congratulations to them as we get ready to close out Women Histories Month. And finally, just want to remind everyone who registered for the Power of Community Leadership Luncheon that will happen this coming Monday, March 31st from 11 to 1 here at Central Office. Registration is closed because we had a cap, but we just want to remind anybody who registered of the luncheon, and we thank those who organized it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield. Just a few pieces from me again. Welcome back from spring break, everyone. As Dr. Stubblefield said, looking forward to a great run for the end of the school year. So good luck and do great. I know you will. Just a couple of reminders for our board. You've received several invitations from staff and or events for the board, so please make sure you've seen those or check your email and respond accordingly. Lots of opportunities to engage out in the community and different school communities, so no shortage of opportunities for you to find spaces and places to get in the classroom and in front of students and staff, so hopefully you all continue to take advantage of that. I know you already do. Board reminder that on April 17th, we will have a special budget meeting, and that should be on your calendar already. That will be in person. Hopefully you can attend. That will be in person on April 17th. And then on Friday, April 18th, we have our budget meeting, which will also be in person. So hopefully you have that on your calendar, and that will be here at Central Office. That will be in person. We hope that hopefully you can attend that in person. Typically, it's been over Zoom, but we would like to have that in person as well. So the 17th and the 18th for budget meetings for the board.
Give us the time for that.
9 to 3 on the 17th, is that right, Ms. Smith? 9 to 3 on the 17th, and then the budget meeting is 1 to 2:30 on Friday, the 18th.
And the 3 on the 17th.
And then then the next finance committee that's currently scheduled is May 2nd, outside of those two budget and finance committee meetings, or finance meetings and budget meetings. The finance committee meeting is scheduled for May 2nd. And then last, I just want to give a shout out to a student, Oscar Cervantes. He's a student at Schlegel High School. He was the winner of this year's BizFest, which is a program that's been going on for 20 plus years by the Chamber that pulls together students from across the metro area, high school juniors and seniors. They compete, they come up with a business idea, and over the course of 4 days, they receive intense training on how to build a business, how to create a business plan, and then on that 4th day, they have to present their business plan to a panel of judges. Oscar Cervantes from Schlegel won first place, and with that, a $3,000 scholarship for college. So congratulations to him, and thank you to all the staff and Mr. Williams and Mr. Moreno and the team over at Schlegel for helping him. My understanding was Schlegel had the highest number of students from the metro area who attended BizFest this year, so shout out to them for getting their students out there. And with that, I'll open the floor to any other board members to share anything else. Ms. Brownlee-Page?
This Saturday, they're going to have a panel discussion and show videos on vouchers, because we're fighting that in the legislature. They want to take public money and give it to private schools, and they're disguising it as something else. But the bottom line is vouchers. And if you know anything about it, they're not held to the same standards that we are. And personally, I have an issue with that. If they're going to use public dollars, then they should be held to the same accountability as we are. And I know you mentioned an earlier program, But if you have time and you can make it, it's from 12 to 3 at the West Branch Library. And I want to commend again those students from Frank Rushton. They did a phenomenal job in the hearing for
Ruby Bridges, Walk to School
Ruby
Day.
Bridges. And it was just sad the people there didn't receive it. The kids presented themselves well, they were knowledgeable, they cared, and it's just nice to see young people care about something. Their teacher did a phenomenal job. The sad thing is just it wasn't received, and it should have been received.
Ms. Brownlee Page. Ms. Clark?
I was able to attend the Yes She Can alongside with my daughter, who is a student here in the district. And the reason I share that is because she was interested in going because on that day, Dr. Campbell was recognized. And so, Dr. Campbell, congratulations. And I just want to call out just the impact that our staff have on our students. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Ms. Drew?
Yes, I'd just like to announce that we will be having an academic committee meeting tomorrow morning, March 26th, at 10 o'clock a.m. here in room 333. So if anyone is interested in being present, you can come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drew. Okay. Thank you, Board. So next, we have reached our executive session portion. Agenda item 10 would entertain a motion to recess to executive session to discuss teacher negotiations pursuant to the exemption for employer-employee negotiations under COMA to include Dr. Stubblefield, Mr. Goheen, Mr. Lilly, Dr. Campbell, and Dr. Jones for 7 minutes, going in at 7:30.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions? Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr.,
Allen Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Future Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yolanda Clark. Maxine Drew.
Yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr.
Marlon Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page. Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you. Board, we're going to our next executive session. We're going to jump to 10C. Is there a motion to recess to executive session to discuss confidential student information protected by the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act and the Student Data Privacy Act to include Dr. Stubblefield, Mr. Goheen, Dr. Jones, Mr. Lilly, and Dr. Campbell for 5 minutes, going in at 7:46. With potential action to follow, I'm sorry.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Drew, seconded by Ms. Russell. Questions? Ms. Smith.
Yolanda Clark. Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr.
Marlon Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page. Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you. return to open session, please. Moved and seconded. Ms. Smith.
I didn't hear who moved.
I'm sorry. Moved by Ms. Clark, seconded by Ms. Drew.
Thank you. Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Milam Jr.
Junior, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brown Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt the hearing officer's recommendation?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Clark, seconded by Ms. Russell. Questions? Ms. Smith.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Milam Jr.
Yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brown Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, is there a motion to recess to executive session for consultation with the attorney on matters which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship under COMA to include Dr. Stubblefield, Mr. Goheen, Dr. Jones, Mr. Lilly, and Dr. Campbell for 7 minutes to go in at 7:54. Moved by Ms. Russell, seconded by Mr. Mylan. Questions? Ms. Smith.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Milam Jr.
Junior, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brown Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you. by Ms. Russell, seconded by Ms. Clark. Questions? Ms. Smith?
Londa Clark. Maxine Drew. Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr. Wanda Brownlee Page. Rachel Russell. Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Is there a motion to recess to executive session to discuss matters of non-elected personnel in order to protect the privacy interests of all parties involved under COMA, to include Mr. Goheen for 7 minutes, going in at 8:10. Moved by Ms. Russell, seconded by Mr. Mylan. Questions? Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark. Maxine Drew. Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr. Wanda Brownlee Page. Rachel Russell. Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you. return to open session, please? Moved by Ms. Drew, seconded by Ms. Russell. Motion- Sorry.
Hello.
Ms. Smith, go ahead. There's a motion and a second to return to open session.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Clark, Yolanda Clark. Maxine Drew. Randy Lopez.
Yes.
Robert Marlin Jr. Wanda Brownlee Page. Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you. Motion to extend executive session for 5 minutes.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Russell, seconded by Mr. Mylan. Ms. Smith.
Yolanda Clark. Maxine Drew. Randy Lopez.
Andy, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr. Wanda Brownlee Page. Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion to return to open session, please.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Russell, seconded by Ms. Clark. Ms. Smith.
Yolanda Clark, Maxine Drew, Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr., Wanda Brownlee Page, Rachel Russell, Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion to recess to executive session to discuss matters of non-elected personnel in order to protect the privacy interests of parties involved under COMA, to include Mr. Goheen and Ms. Leslie Smith for 7 minutes, going in at 8:44.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Clark, seconded by Ms. Russell. Ms. Smith.
Yolanda Clark, Maxine Drew, Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr., Wanda Brownlee Page, Rachel Russell. Thank you.
Thank you. by Ms. Russell, seconded by Ms. Clark. Ms. Smith.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Exactly.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Miley Jr.,
Yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page, Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you.
Thank you, board. Thank you, staff. Thank you, everybody. This meeting is adjourned. Have a good night.
Good night.